I only just realized that now. Okay. Welcome, everyone, to Rebirth, a D&D tale, session 34. After traveling in the forest for a couple of days as of now, leading deeper and deeper in, Vanya following that tug. That tug coming from somewhere deep in this forest. They've run into a couple of interesting inhabitants of this forest already. One of which was a creature that in Hessen they call the Wendigo. A creature with a sort of wolf-like face, only the skin's melted away. The skull remains. And the large body of this creature towering over individuals, and its sight said to keep magic from manifesting around it as it has its eyes on you, its gaze nearly enough to pierce into your soul. And with the sort of elements and wild magic that was wielded by this beast, the party brought it down with some relative ease, thanks to Kurobe and his fighting spirit. The sort of supernatural, almost, movements of this man. Lagon, having been trapped behind a falling in of most of the the entrance to this room that they were in, finally had dug himself out, and upon looking at the rest of his party, there's a number of them that are wounded, but otherwise in one piece. And this is where we find our party as of right now. Having collected a couple of items that they found in this ruin, as well as making sure that the creature that was harrowing them is very much dead. So, Lucky Sevens, what do you do?
Well, I suppose we were going to start making our way out of this little cave, whatever.
Who is in need of healing most?
Vanya could use some healing.
Right.
I don't know about Kurobe.
I don't know where Kurobe stands. I'm just going to assume that he's gonna be okay.
Alright.
He just kind of shrugs it off. I'll be fine.
Do a cure instead. Vanya. That is going to be 12 HP back.
Ooh, that gets me pretty damn close to fully healed.
Nice. We should probably get out of this place, Kurobe says.
I agree. Sooner the better.
This is a walking and talking type thing.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. And so you start to
be going in circles again.
Mm-hmm. You start to walk out of the sort of ruin that you found yourself in, and you find you hadn't really realized it before, but there was a sort of fog that had been sort of hovering about in this little place, and that fog is since dissipated. You find that the daylight is actually the time of day is actually brighter than what you had originally thought. You find that the sun is at its zenith, so it's at midday. And so here you are in the middle of the day.
Huh. Well, you guys ready to continue on, or what do you want to do?
As we are walking,
Mm-hmm.
I am going to cast Aid on Kinwin, Vanya, and Karobe.
All right.
So 5 HP to your current and
Then maximum.
temporary max.
Mm. All right. Noted. So you're walking and casting for a brief second. You find you kind of push out from this clearing a little bit into the woods proper, and somehow it might make a couple of you feel a little bit safer as this creature that you have fought was unlike anything that you'd ever seen before. Vaughn has heard tales about them, but never had to deal with one up close, and this is a first for her in her 100 and some years.
Lightning and frightening at the same time.
Mm.
Hope to never have to run into one again. And I say this knowing Coffee might throw another one at us later.
You never know.
Never.
Never. Reuse monsters? Who does that? But still following that draw into the forest. Okay.
Yep. March forward.
Okay. Then, Vanya, as you're kind of leading the way, kind of hoping not to get lost in some kind of maze like this again, I would like you to make. I would like you to make an Arcana check, actually,
Okay.
because these kinds of things tend to appear in forests, from what you can tell now, and it's less that you have to traverse the landscape because that's easy enough for you to do. It's about avoiding traps like this.
16.
How much?
16.
16? Okay.
Yep.
So you're keeping your eye out for different things with like carvings in them. You're looking out for those sort of little ruined things, and you're doing your best to avoid anything that would have any kind of shall we say I've just lost my train of thought. God, what a narrator I am.
It's been that kind of day.
And it's been that kind of day. But yeah, you traverse fairly unobstructed. You do see that there are other smaller sort of ruins that kind of smatter along the inside of this forest, and you're just kind of trying to determine where it is that you're going exactly. The trees make it hard to see into the distance, and while you might be leading the way, there's Kinwin is probably, well, as we determined last time, was never really the navigator of his tribe. He was more of the tag along. He was the kind that would maybe forage nearby for food and other such necessities, but he was never the type to know exactly where they were going at any one point. Except he's not entirely he's he's knowledgeable about some things. His the nature around him is the and the rocks and this dirt and the plants beneath him are more the fascination than the direction in which they're traveling. But you make it to another safe point during the middle of the night, or during the day, and you are able to set up a camp. But what you realize is that you've been followed.
Oh boy.
You've been followed by wolves.
Are these the same wolves from before?
Based on their silhouettes, yes.
See? They want to be friends.
Kinlan, I love your, good nature, but I don't think that's why they're following us.
You probably want some food. Feeding and befriending wild animals is a nice way to domesticate them.
These would never truly be domesticated, though. Tamed, maybe, but... Say we keep an eye on them for now.
We have plenty of food, and I think they're just hungry.
You shouldn't feed wild animals, Kurobe says, reiterating what he'd said before. They will continue to follow us if we do, and possibly attack us if we don't give them what they want.
Well, we can train them to help us hunt, and then split.
Have you ever had that kind of success in this forest, Mr. Druid?
Mostly from raising cubs.
These are adults.
You are aware that, yeah, while you maintain them, they will never be domesticated. Feeding them will only make us have more issue. Not only that, they don't share their kills with any except their pack. So unless you're planning on becoming one of them, they're not sharing shit with you.
Let's keep an eye on them. See if they come any closer, or if they're just gonna stay at a distance. I really don't want to have to fight them, unless we absolutely have to.
Just keep eye on, but yes. No feeding the fucking wild animals.
I imagine that Kinwin in his youth has fed many a squirrel. Attempting to tame squirrels. How successful were you back then? How good is your animal handling, Kinwin?
Proficiency with +5.
Ooh,
Nice.
you've definitely developed a skill for it. Who knows? You might be able to tame and domesticate animals at your leisure at some point. But your party's a little against it, so they're party poopers in this particular sense.
Hey, Vanya's got proficiency in animal handling with a +6.
Oh,
So
nice.
I have no proficiency, but I have a +4. So
Well, you all are very good at handling animals. It's only a matter of that
is
that
it
can
gonna be
only
a smart idea?
is it a smart idea? Yeah, that's
This is basically my second job as a druid.
yeah.
First, the plants and trees. Second,
Take care
yeah,
of all the animals
beast.
that you care for and that you have at your disposal. Because while you're while there's not so much in the way of farming that your clan does, they do tend to have guard dogs and things like that. But for the most part, those dogs are also domesticated breeds, and while they might live in the forest and be a little bit more wild, they're still domesticated dogs that live in the wilds. The only exception that maybe to this rule would be Zephyr, who is half domesticated dog, half wolf, and half dire wolf, maybe even, because he is still growing. And so,
Already pretty goddamn big.
yep. And you've had him for a good long time. He's been possibly growing more rapidly in the time that you've really committed to your studies as a ranger in the last few months, really dedicated yourself to it. Um, it's almost as if the bond that you have is supernatural in some fashion. Damn it,
I
Dagger.
would just I would
Yep.
just say this in the words of Master Morgan: all of God's creatures have a special place, right next to the biscuits and gravy.
I can agree with that. Kurobe says.
I can too.
I don't think you've ever answered the question. Do you eat meats, Kinwin?
Yeah, when things are dead, it's better to use the entire corpse instead of just letting it go to waste.
Fair enough. So while the clan didn't have a large sort of commercial ranch, as it were, they do occasionally take herd animals with them uh, to to use for food, and of course hunting is a thing as well, and so for those who for to kind of make up for the fact that hunting doesn't always satisfy all of the village, that having some herd animals that are easy to travel with are especially since they're nomadic, make for what the clan typically does. And so you do know that it is getting to the sort of since the summer has reached its height and it's getting into fall fairly soon. You do know that they may be stocking up on herd animals in a in an attempt to stave off the winters coming up, and so they might be traveling to their northern homes in the forest versus the southern homes. As the south in this continent tends to get really brutal in the winter, as we are on the southern hemisphere of the planet. And so, continuing to build camp and set up some food for yourselves, you keep an eye on the wolves as they're not really circling the camp. They kind of one of them is kind of sat in the woods and is just watching, just from a perch on a rock somewhere. That is just sitting and watching. what you're doing. And so eventually, whoever's going to sleep is going to sleep, and who's taking first watch?
That would be Vanya.
Vanya. Then make a perception check.
I'm gonna stay up during first watch too.
Okay, also make a perception check.
I actually don't want to do that. I
Oh.
want to sneak off to talk to the wolves.
Oh, okay.
25.
Are you intending for Vanya to see what you're doing, or are you intending to avoid her gaze?
Avoid a gaze.
Okay, then
Yeah,
that's going to
good
be a
luck with
stealth
that.
check, my friend.
Yeah, 25 for my perception.
Oh, oh no, 25 is the number to beat.
Yeah, you have to remember, I'm at a plus
13.
for my mod.
Vanya, you can see exactly what he's doing. He's attempting to sneak off without anybody knowing, and 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 he's headed towards the wolves.
Okay, can I tell if he's got any food on him?
Based on the conversation before, you can assume so.
Kenwin, you better not be going off to try and feed them.
Well, not from our food, but I was gonna ask them if they would like me to help them hunt for some food.
Alright, just don't be surprised if they say no. And she's gonna let him go, but she's gonna keep an eye on him
Okay.
as much as she can.
Your watch is probably going to entail watching Kinwin.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not the first time she's had to keep an eye on someone.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll cast Speak with Animals and then slowly approach them.
Okay. In
Hello,
your
friends. Are you still hungry?
you again. No. Just curious.
My companions mean you no harm, so long as you don't mean us harm.
All two-leggeds mean harm. Even your kind.
We try to be friendly with the beasts.
But when we come anywhere near your camps, your shelters, are either run off or killed.
That is a shame.
So how am I supposed to believe that you're any different, little man?
Well, I have tried to help feed you twice.
Generous as you may be.
When I was growing up, my best friend was a wolf cub that I raised from childhood.
What happened to him?
Age. Sadly, they do not live as long as half elves.
I half expected to have been informed that someone murdered it because it's a wolf.
One of my party has murdered a beast. Every time we've encountered one, I've solved it peacefully through speaking with you, your kind.
I have seen others in your dress. Similar. Same colors. Are you one of them?
Yes, I'm an ordained druid of the Surefall Glades. I serve the land, which in my opinion includes the beast.
You serve the land. This really means nothing. What is serving the land? What does that mean? Do you simply hunt? Do you simply feed? Do you simply sleep?
We try to keep the balance and to protect the various ecosystems. Something which is going out of whack lately.
Yes. The summers have been warmer. And the winters colder. Even in my brief time. We will keep an eye on you. Wherever it is that you're going.
If you wish to take that precaution, then okay.
You need not worry about us. We can fend for ourselves.
Good.
If it means taking one of your fellows with us, possibly. Depending on if they provoke us.
So long as you don't attack people unprovoked.
Why would we ever do that? It says with a almost sarcastic voice. With a... While they're not grinning as a wolf can't grin like a human, you do see its ears kind of perk up in a little bit of that sort of sly, sort of cheerful way.
If you hunt humans unprovoked, the humans will start hunting you. But if you just hunt deer or moose, then you wouldn't have that problem.
Well, whatever game is available. Am I right, Hunter?
Usually.
Then I will leave you to your hunts. And you leave me to mine.
Farewell, my friend.
Safe travels. You're going to need it. And it kind of gets up and starts to walk away as well.
And then I'll head back to Vanya.
So what did it have to say this time?
Are you muted?
Oh, they're a little worried about us, so they're gonna keep an eye on us, but there shouldn't be any danger, and they probably won't hunt people unprovoked.
Oh. That's good news at least.
Well,
And
actually,
she's kind of sitting there just giving Zephyr scritches.
Zephyr's been keeping an eye on what's going on with Kinwin too, because he's seeing kinfolk, quote unquote, but he's also very wary.
Yeah.
I guess I should hit the hay now. Good night, Vanya. Good night, Damn, I just forgot the name of the wolf.
Zephyr.
Wait, what?
Zephyr.
Zephyr.
And good night,
Zephyr.
Zephyr.
Yes.
Night.
You hear little doggy noises from Zephyr as he's just kind of still watching what's going on in the woods next to you, Vanya. But unless there's something else you want to do,
Nope.
that would conclude first watch. And second watch, Lagan, if you would so like to.
Yes. Perception check.
Yes.
$23.
23. You're able to keep a solid eye on just about everything, even though you don't have nearly the same sort of vision range as your companions. You are vigilant to carry, something like a torch with you, or always have a light cantrip or something like that handy to.
As a matter of fact, I do. I have my orb.
Ah, yes, your drift globe. Your drift globe is plenty to see beyond the campfire as well. So you set it up to be sort of in a good place to shed a good amount of light beyond the campfire. And the nights are starting to get a little chilly as time goes on, but you're kind of enjoying that little bit of chilliness in the air. You are from the snowy mountains, obviously, and the cold kind of just reminds you of your home village. The sort of brisk air, because this is about what the usual Ionian summer air at night would be like. And just a little brisk where it gets warm in the daytime, warm enough to melt the snow and things of that sort at the base of the mountains, but never quite warm enough to melt snow at the peaks. And those peaks are tall and snow covered, and sometimes the cold just kind of has you drifting away in thought. But you're keeping your eye on everything, and you see the wolves in the distance, kind of keeping their distance and just kind of watching. But yeah. This also gives you time, by the way, because you did find that hammer in the ruins, to do some investigating about it if you wanted to. So, in case anybody wanted to spend time doing that.
Yes. Yes,
Yeah,
I was
we
unaware of that. But yes, I would like to look into this. I would definitely.
Okay. With your perception check, you keeping an eye out on everything, this is going to mean that your investigation is going to be a disadvantage because your attention is split.
Oh, that's perfectly normal.
So either investigation or arcana, your choice.
Son of a bitch. That was a waste of a natural 20.
Oh no. Mojo dice.
But you said arcana or investigation? 15.
15. Okay.
And it doesn't matter because they're both the same, plus 0.
Actually, pull out my notes. I realize I do have notes about this hammer.
And that is the first time that Sirius die I got from Maddie has ever rolled anything higher than a 10.
Oh, well, how about that?
I
And you
guess
said
if I only decided
you rolled an Arcana.
15. Yeah, 15.
Okay. You would see on this particular hammer what you find initially is that there are some interesting symbols that you've seen before um as a representation of the god Cord, the god of storms, the
Okay.
uh the supposed, or probably the one legitimate son of Melora, the Wild Mother. The um the markings on it are definitely magical in nature.
hmm
You would definitely know that much, but it is ancient.
In the time that I'm watching and investigating into this hammer, do I have the suspicion that I could try to attune to this?
Yes, you do. You do get the sense that you can attune to it.
I will be trying to attune to this as I'm splitting my attentions. Then,
Okay. Let me actually pull up something for you then. Because I need to copy this and make an edit.
okay. I like hammers.
Okay. Okay. Here we go. And I will give you access in Roll20 to view this particular item. You would understand that this item calls itself Mjolnir.
Oh. Have I heard anything about Mjolnir?
Make a history check or a religion check, your choice.
All right. Okay. Let's see. You said history or religion?
Mm-hmm.
Work. Okay, so. Okay. 18.
Mm. What you know about this hammer is it was wielded by a very powerful hero in ancient history, in the Dawn War. Uh, uh, a person known only as Thor.
Ah.
And the fact that you found it in this forest, out in the wild, out of nowhere, where has it been all these years? Has it been here this whole time? Has it just been disguising itself? But you attune to it, and you find
Yes.
that it is, when you start to kind of toy around with the magic that it has in it, it is it very much feels kind of in tune with you.
Okay.
And when you throw it at a tree, it comes back to you. So you now have
All right.
access to that weapon.
All right.
It is otherwise considered a +1 hammer, and that's what you know.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
like this. Okay.
So yeah, that is that is what you have in your possession now, Lagon.
Yes. I like.
All right. Is that all you're doing for your watch?
Yes.
All right. You have attuned to the hammer. Next watch will be Korobe as he is getting up to take watch as well as eventually prepare breakfast when the sun starts to come up. And nothing happens. As I got a natural 20 for him. Anything that would come by, he sees from a mile away somehow. But you all wake to the smell of breakfast, and uh, he's prepared bread and meats for the uh, for the for the breakfast for the morning to fill you up to get you started on the day's journey.
Woot.
All right. So what do you do?
Vanya's gonna spend a little bit of time in the morning as everyone's getting prepared to make notes in her own journals about the Wendigo, the things
Mm-mm.
that she had recently discovered. And just like, I'm probably gonna want to update shit about that.
Mm-mm. As a
Fair.
person, as probably one of very few people who have encountered this kind of creature in person and lived to tell the tale, that's probably not a bad idea. As Lagon's got his daily rituals that he's going doing, and Kinwin has his. You have yourselves a long rest, so you can rearrange your spells should you need to, and then you can be on the move from there.
Are we permitted to level up now if we can?
Yes, you can.
Sweet. Definitely going to be doing that.
All right.
And that would put her at a level 2 bard.
Ooh, level 2 bard.
Yes.
Well, I suppose we'll see what becomes available to you should you encounter something that needs you to expend your abilities.
Mm-hmm.
But as you all are resting, you all have probably taken note that Vanya seems a little more interested in her music than she had previously in your travels. Probably singing songs to lull you all to sleep with, to uh, to maybe inspire you in some way. Who knows?
Which, lulling to sleep isn't too far out of the norm anyway.
It isn't too far out of the norm. Usually
Yeah, 'cause that's been a thing she's done since the start.
she usually does that at night, but she's also been
Yeah.
taking her guitar out during the middle of the day from time to
Yeah.
time, which is a little more than usual. But you get along on your travels, heading towards the somewhat stronger now pull on you, Vanya. You feel like you might be getting close. And being
And
this
her
deep in the
heart.
forest,
Yeah.
there are dangers out here.
And her heart is gonna be pounding in her chest just from a little bit of anxiety, trying to figure out why she's being pulled this way. But she will push forward.
All right. Then In this case, it is going to be uh, a survival check, but it is not so much, like we said, you having to traverse rough terrain. It is more being cautious about what kinds of creatures could be lurking out here in the wilds. Because
I okay. I was double checking something because I clicked back over to my main sheet. Like, wait, what just happened? Like, oh wait, that's right, jack of all trades.
Jack of all trades, my dear.
Yes,
It
jack of
is
all trades
fun.
is something I actually forgot about.
Yep, that is a that is a thing that bards do.
All right, so you said survival check.
Yep.
23.
Okay. You kind of go over with the rest of the party the dangers of going this deep into the forest, and Kinwin kind of nods along with you as Kinwin, you do recall that things do tend to get kind of dangerous in the middle of the forest, and while you don't reveal too much about where your clan tends to stay, you do say that they do tend to stay towards the edges of the forest, as as those are more defensible in a practical sense when it comes to their own livelihoods and things like that. So even they don't venture this deep into the forest very often, and it's evident because there are more cliffs and boulders and rocks and rivers and all sorts of other little hazards that come along the way that are untouched by civilization at all. It's almost like this part of the forest is a separate world from the rest, where even those ruins that you saw kind of dotting the landscape from time to time, even those have dwindled to nothing. It's as if no humanoid, none of mankind have been this deep into this forest in the center of it. And oh, you're muted if you're saying something.
I'm saying something to the dog.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if you were talking to me. But yeah, the hazards are starting to get a little, even even for you, an expert in forest traversal, are getting a little bit strenuous. That this could easily become a maze where you get lost in again, but not of a magical kind, just of a natural kind. And it's probably about then that you overhear footsteps.
Vanya's gonna look toward the direction they're coming from. If
You,
she can tell.
you don't see anyone immediately.
She's gonna wait. She's not gonna draw any weapons. She's gonna wait just kind of cautiously. See if anyone comes out.
Who goes there? You hear shouted out in Elvish.
She's gonna call back, travelers. Explorers. Why don't you come out and show yourself?
You have no business in this part of the woods. Leave.
We have business in this part of the woods. We're looking for something.
And I'm telling you, you have no business here. Leave.
Cat. Sorry. He jumps up here, knocks something down, and just fuck with my monitor. I don't think we will. Come out and show yourself.
And what you see kind of coming out from the woods is several individuals masked with with like furs and other such garb on their person. Seems that they're uh wearing leather armor and furs, and a few of them have crossbows, and a couple of them have swords on their hips or clubs even. Any it seems like any kind of random weapon.
Wasn't expecting to come across anyone else's deep end.
Like I said, you have no business here. You are foreigners.
One of us isn't.
Really?
She'll motion over to Kinwin.
You mean the whelp?
He's from this area.
Suppose we'll decide that. And when this person kind of comes down from the cliff that they'd been perched on, and kind of walks towards the group, a couple of the others follow, and the the person who walks up is remains masked with his with his weapon kind of hanging low at his side, but still ready.
No, no. Name calling is beneath us, and such poor and vulgar tastes.
Says an even more foreign individual. He says in common.
If by that you mean I'm not from here, then you would be correct. However, you're just as foreign to me as I am to you.
Indeed, but I have business here, and you do not.
Mm,
Our
You, you,
business is
you,
our own.
you can claim we have no business here, but you do not know our business. So, mind yours and we'll mind ours.
My business is to keep outsiders out.
Well, we do have business here.
By whom? Who has sent you on business here?
Vanya?
I don't necessarily know. There's something drawing us this way.
Being drawn to a place and having business here are two very different things.
I consider it one and the same in this case. For all we know, it could be the Wild Mother herself drawing us out this way.
The Wild Mother herself. You say that like you're a believer.
We do have two believers here.
Scoff all you like.
I don't see vestments.
With the things I've seen these two pull off, I'm starting to wonder if I should be believing or not.
Questioning.
Questions are good.
Questions are indeed good. But you still have not gotten permission.
From whom?
The Wild Mother.
She would give it if I were required of it.
I don't see her here.
Whether you see her or not, I feel her everywhere. She speaks to me. Well, she's not the only one, but she speaks to me.
And that is supposed to mean something to me.
I don't care what it means to you. It means a lot to me.
Well, I know for a fact that your little whelp here, and he kind of nods over to Kinwin, it's probably gotten you all lost.
He has nothing to do with this, and again, name calling is such in vulgar taste. Please refrain.
Oh, we've known each other for years, haven't we, Kinwin? And he kind of pulls down a mask. And this is a guy that's bullied you ever since you were kids.
We've known each other for a while. Not very pleasantly, though.
Well, when the first thing you do when you get to a certain age is run away and claim that you're going on some kind of pilgrimage for the clan, kind of telling.
I was assigned this quest.
Well, you can tell yourself that all you like.
It's time. Doing what he can.
And so are we. Have you seen Chief Silverwolf in a long time, Canwin? When was the last time you went back to Mummy?
A few months, I think.
Interesting. See, I've been on assignment too. Assigned to protect this part of the forest.
Noble job.
And I'm sure you don't know why, do you? Kinwin, make me a history check.
$13.
You have a vague idea. It's to guard something in this area. They're kind of on. There's kind of regular patrols that kind of guard this place during the summer months because there's something of significance here. Maybe a temple, maybe a shrine. You're not entirely sure, but but you do know that there is a place of significance that regularly patrols go in and out of the village to go and make sure that while it's accessible in the summer months to keep outsiders out, and in the winter months it's locked off from bad weather anyway. So there's no chance of anyone coming to disturb this place. Do you know why I'm here, Kinwin?
Guard something.
I think that's a bit obvious, given that we're wearing armor. So, you can go back to Mummy and maybe see if she'll give you permission to come out here. Or you can just go about your merry way. I don't care.
I think we'll take that option. Gonna go talk
Is
to
that how you
the
request help?
Help? I don't need help from you, whelp. Half breed.
You do need a lesson in
I'm 40
manners.
years old now.
That doesn't change from the fact that you're still a half breed.
him being half breed has nothing to do with it.
Has nothing to do with you needing a lesson in little man.
Are you intending to intimidate him?
Yes.
Okay, roll me an intimidation check.
Oh, boy. Let's see. Intimidation. God damn it, it's only a 19. Oh,
Only.
natural 20.
Only.
Natural 20 minus 1.
Ah, okay.
Ah, okay.
That makes a little bit more of a difference because that would still, I would still consider that a crit for you because you got a natural 20. Mojo dice if you got them in the chat.
Yep.
I
Because we,
do not appreciate the manner in which you speak to my friend here. And the last we spoke to Miss Silveroak, she said we were welcome in these woods any time we wished.
well, that
So,
message never reached to me, but if you insist on this, because there's nothing out here really.
then what are you protecting?
I don't know exactly either. So
Well,
I just know that I'm supposed to keep you out and it in.
well, we will do this the way you have requested. But in the meantime, I think you should brush up on your manners before I have to give you lessons.
Is that a threat?
No, it's a promise.
Same difference.
No. Threatening you is me doing nothing about it, and you just hearing it. Promising you is if you continue, I will show you.
Run back to Mummy.
When you hear from her, I'll expect an apology.
He just kind of turns, seemingly, probably in a sense that he's a little phased by the way that you're acting toward him, but he's trying to put on a big face. He's not exactly a small man.
Uh,
He's rather
th-
tall.
there's too many others for him to not pretend otherwise. I'm
Yes.
aware.
Oh yes. He must maintain an image. And he just kind of gestures for his in a in a language that that only Kinwin would know, and in Druidic, kind of commands them to go, back to their posts. And he's not exactly small. He's definitely well built,
Hmm.
muscular. He's
Right.
definitely a guardsman of a sort in from the village.
Yes.
And that his entire job is to be big and imposing, even though you're taller than him. He might be unmatched when it comes to strength. So,
Probably. Possibly.
possibly.
But, anyways, damn it, I don't want to do this, but yeah, I'm not going to do that yet.
But he didn't give you a direction to go to get to the village, so you kind of have to find the village on your own.
Scoffing at the wild mother and her touch upon this world. He will learn.
Kinman, what are your thoughts on all of this?
Well, should probably go see my mom, see what's up.
All right. Well, if that's what you are going to do, then I would like since Kenwin would be kind of the one leading the way to see if about getting back to the children of the earth of the Shorefall Blades. Then Kenwin should make a um a survival check, I think, uh in order to see if he can find any of the indications of where they might have gone, because they weren't at where they were before. They
Also, I'm gonna turn into a giant eagle and fly around to do this just because I can now.
nice.
Ah,
Get it. I would even say,
I,
based on the perspective that you have, you would have advantage.
I was
I'm
going to ask if we
P5.
could assist.
Yeah.
Right.
25. The eyes the eyes of this man as he, for the first time, you see him. You've seen him shapeshift before. It's kind of a it's kind of a dissipating of his existing form and a reformation of his new form, where he you kind of just almost kind of see the transition happen as a gift of being a druid, being so in tune with the earth and the way that it works and how the magic of the land works. And so he transforms himself into this you said it was an eagle that you transformed into?
Giant eagle.
Ooh,
It's
giant
the
eagle.
example they give on the wild shape page.
Very nice.
One example for level 8.
Very nice. And so his form doesn't shrink all that much. He still maintains the same sort of form. It's just he lifts out his hands, and instead of hands, there's wings, and then there's a beak, and then there's feathers all over it, and then as soon as the transformation is finished, he shoots up into the air with a very large sort of flapping of his wings, with a gust of the air just kind of wafts over you, and you guys are a little bit impressed by the sheer size of this eagle. Because normally eagles are very kind of small, like dog or house cat size. This is a human size eagle, and so Kinwin in this new form kind of shoots up into the air and just kind of disappears into the clouds for a moment before before coming back down. And what you see from the vantage point that you have now your with the wings that you now have that almost seem to come naturally. It's like you're digging into the instincts of an eagle and just kind of assuming how that you know how to fly, and you do. And this vantage. Are you scared of heights, Kinwin?
No, he's been dreaming about flying for a
For
very long
ages.
time now.
It still gives you that little bit of a gut feeling, though, as you're kind of flying, that you're seeing the ground below you hundreds of feet, and a little bit of that sinking feeling comes over you, and you're kind of excited about it because you're a little bit of that thrill seeker. And so, uh, when you and when you look out from the vantage point that you have now above the treetops, you can see very kind of close, actually, uh, a bit of a bit of a smokestack, almost like you would see coming out of the chimneys of the yurts for your village. They're they're not very dark, so it's not like the place is burning down. It's like controlled fires, like campfires and things like that from chimneys and things like that. So, uh, So you do see those off probably a couple of miles from where you are now. And so you find it a little bit unusual because that's not a usual spot. That's kind of a that's kind of an unusual spot for them to be residing right now, especially since they're so close to the interior of the forest instead of on the edges. And so you would have expected them to be a couple of days journeying away from here, but no, they're maybe a couple of hours. So you come back down and kind of enjoy kind of enjoy perching up on a tree for a second, kind of enjoying the feeling of being a bird, kind of letting that sinking feeling in your stomach kind of go away before going back down and rejoining the others. And he's definitely a very majestic looking eagle. The beautiful whites and browns. He's just very big for an ordinary eagle.
So at this point, I'd land back with the group and turn back to my half elf form
Mm.
and be like, okay, first, that was the best thing ever. Second, there's a camp about a few hours from us, but it's in an unusual location.
How unusual.
You would know that them coming this deep into the forest is probably once a decade, if that, as necessary. It's not always necessary, though.
Extremely rare. Maybe once a decade they make camps out here.
Well then, I suppose we'll find out why when we get there.
Are there any particular reasons they camp this deep in the heart that you're aware of, Kenwin?
You would know it's too rough terrain for them to really sustain anything out here. It's there's no there's like plenty of rivers and rocks and things like that, but there's really no place to do the sort of small scale farming that they do. So they're giving up on the farming for now.
We'd probably learn a lot more from asking them.
Uh-huh.
In your youth, you've only come out this way a couple of times, if that.
Lead the way.
All right, and since you know the direction in which to go, uh, with Kinwin's vigilant eye as an eagle, as he is provided, you you are able to get there in a relatively short amount of time, a couple of hours. So it's a little past midday, uh, for for the sake of time. It's probably like mid afternoon, late afternoon at this point. And so, when you arrive, you are stopped again by people who are the guarding the village. You know, but before you get too terribly close, but then they recognize Kinwin and the rest of you because they've seen you here, uh, and uh, lead you in a way to Madam Silverwolf, Chief Silverwolf, without kind of disturbing the rest of the village, because there's it all looks. You know that that they've set up temporary lodgings before, but these are even more temporary. They're more like tents than the usual sort of yurt style of housings that you've seen in the previously with them. They're kind of camped out on the ground. There's campfires. Uh, there's there's like defensive sort of temporary sort of wooden wall things going on, uh, and so um, they look like they're not going to stay here for very long if they are going to stay here for a period of time. So that's what you see from the village in the distance. You're led directly to the tent where the chief is located by this guardsman, and immediately uh, Chief Silverwolf kind of just looks, or Silver Oak, I think is what her name is,
Mhm.
just kind of looks over at you all and says, "Oh, well, I had hoped to never see you again, but here we are. Except for you, Kenwin.
Greetings, mother.
What in the world are you doing out here?"
Would you believe we have something pulling us this way?
Your rude
Pulling,
little warden. Sorry.
pulling you.
And Vanya will explain Rune's sacrifice and the feeling she got while holding on to the mechanism that was his heart. And how she just, it's a constant tug out this way. Just a specific part of the forest. And then explain how they ran into the guards that, were guarding that area.
Hmm.
The rude little warden said we had to speak with you first.
Which is good because, well, if you had attempted to go in there without any assistance, you would run into more than your fair share of traps. We guard that place for a reason. May I see that the heart?
And she's going to pull it out of her bag for her.
And she kind of looks over it, kind of. She kind of closes her eyes for a moment, just kind of letting whatever thoughts come to her come to her. That's what I figured.
What is it?
For all intents and purposes, it's a stone. It's a stone that can be infused with magic, of course. It is. And when it is, it's incredibly powerful. Where did you get this? From him?
Are you saying we can rebuild Rune?
No,
It,
that magic is long gone.
it was his heart, Madam
It
Silver.
literally acted as his heart.
That makes sense. Because this is called. This kind of. This kind of thing is like oh, how do I explain it exactly? I'm not exactly the most versed in the arcane, but essentially what it does is take a soul and protect it at the sacrifice of another individual. In order to save another person, someone has to sacrifice their soul.
Hmm. what he'd do.
And with the magic being spent,
Someone sacrificed them. Someone
sorry,
sacrificed their soul for him to live. He sacrificed his for ours. So
that's essentially what this thing does. It's called the epitome of love.
And that's exactly why he sacrificed himself.
The fact that he had it working as his heart means that his soul was saved. And I'm sure the reason that's being drawn back to this place is because you might find someone whose soul can be restored by it. And we've been guarding her ever since.
Her.
I don't know her name. But she came to us wounded. Ages and ages, millennia ago. And she's been asleep ever since.
Well, I suppose we'll have to try then.
I don't know that it will work. I don't even know that that's something that can happen because there's no magic left in this.
Ma'am, we have seen the impossible. And I have to continue to believe that the impossible is not quite that. We can try. At most, we can get answers that way. Whether or not it'll work.
Well, if you do go there, like I said, we've been charged with caring for her and protecting her. I can't let just anyone go. And that includes you, my son.
If we're protecting her, then why would we harm her?
Because there are plenty who would. For their own gain. And I'm sorry I kept this from you. But it was my secret to bear. As chief.
I'm in the Order of the White Lotus. I know all too well about secrets kept.
What do we have to do to be let in?
I would have to initiate you as village members. And then, possibly, I would have to declare someone to be my heir as chief, which I am loath to do at the moment. Because I have candidates that, well, that are actually on their pilgrimage. In all senses of the word, because, well, I suppose, with both of you having returned, your wife's returned, Kinwin.
It has.
She's here, if you want to see her.
Indeed. Perhaps she would make a great heir.
Well, if I don't... If none of you are going to be my successor, then I can't let you go.
How would we go about proving ourselves worthy?
Well, you've brought my son back to me twice. That's a good start. He's never been exactly the... Well, you are aware, Kindred. You get lost fairly easy. But that's okay. That's what you have me for, right?
Well, I just
That's
had
what
to
he has us
focus
for
on
as
the more
well.
religious aspects.
Yeah. May need a little help with physical navigations from and then. However, I think as far as the spiritual goes, I think he has a good head on his shoulders. Beyond that, I do not know what's required for your chiefs.
Well,
But
we're...
if it's anything like a ship's captain, there are many around. While you may know a bit of everything, you're not a master of everything. It's
No.
why you have people. It's why you have people that are to help you.
Which is definitely what I've benefited from as well. But, in a way, this would be the first time that our clan would be accepting outsiders as part of us.
But if we are accepted, are we then still outsiders?
In a way.
I mean, it makes sense.
Our clan is mostly comprised of humans and elves. And, well, half-elves.
Yes, I am definitely not of your kin.
No, you stand out pretty well.
He stands out no matter where he goes.
And the oaths that you would have to swear are rigorous in ritual and in form.
It would not be the first time I've had to undertake such oaths.
But it might be a first time for your companions. She looks over at Kurobe and Vanya.
I'm sure I can handle it. I've been through worse things already.
You do have a heavy soul.
Hopefully it'll get lighter as time passes.
It will. But there will always be those little things. Those little thorns that are still there.
I have no doubt about that.
They always are.
That's true of anyone you truly love. They may be gone, but the thorns can be bittersweet. Don't let yourself forget.
I have no intention of forgetting. Ever.
Elves are long-lived, my dear.
She's going to switch into Draconic for a moment. She's not sure if Miss Silver will understand it, but essentially she's going to say there are pieces I will always carry with me from him. Because he was the one who taught her Draconic.
Mm. Oh, you're well versed in languages, huh? I don't understand a lick of what you just said, but it was beautiful.
Rune taught me.
I can translate for her. I speak Draconic.
Mm.
I speak Ancient Draconic. That's kind
A
of
little
what
different. Yeah, it's a little bit different
It's
dialect.
regular Draconic.
Yeah. Rune taught me his language.
Mm.
I think she might have said something about wanting a turkey dinner, but I'm not sure.
I don't think you quite have the grasp of that, Kenwin.
Congratulations, Bond, you broke the DM.
I'm pretending she's laughing. We can certainly arrange for a turkey dinner. Maybe have some chickens still left over.
Kenwin, we're gonna have to teach you the difference between ancient and modern, my friend.
Ancient.
And she's going to translate what she had said.
Mm. I think that makes more sense when it comes to the tonality of what you said. Oh, you're moving around a lot, Mojo, and we're catching all of it. But yes, if a turkey dinner is indeed what you would desire for tonight, we can certainly arrange for it. If that's what you're feeling, Kidwin, that's probably your stomach speaking for you.
Indeed.
Well, we shall do what we can for those of you who can be or want to be a part of the Children of Earth. Just understand that it is a major undertaking to take care of the wilds around you. That you would be dedicating portions of your life just to restoring balance.
It is already a part of my calling. I'm already a child of Melora and the sea. I don't see that it would be that much greater of a sacrifice to add one more.
The wild mother needs tending. The land on which we live is fragile.
Indeed. As are the seas. And what we do here on the land affects the seas.
And she has sustained so many injuries. She is weak, so we must care for her.
I agree with that.
So, well, we have coming of age rituals to do to prepare for Kinwin. It's probably going to take a day or so for us to get all of that prepared, so that you can be treated like 12-year-old children.
Your warden already does that, so
He's doing his best. As all we are.
I'll take your word for that.
I forgot to mention this last game. Before I forget this game, with my tattoo and my empty books, I want to start writing the chronicles of my journey and the Lucky Seven, starting from like session one of the games up until what we're up now. It's like catch up and then just start writing about what we're going through to keep like an in-game chronicle of it.
Ooh, I like that. Yeah. Hell yeah. Sounds good. Kinwin's writing a book. Kinwin intends to be an author. Here we go. Well, I think that's about a great time for us to take a quick break. And when we come back, our lucky sevens will find themselves being treated like adolescents in a druid clan. So, we'll be right back, everyone. Welcome back, everyone, to Rebirth, a D&D Tale, Session 34. The party, Vanya and Lagan, have decided to undergo a sort of ritual to accept them into the calling of the Children of Earth. of this particular clan that Kinwin calls his family. The people who raised him, the people who taught him, the people who may have teased him in times long past, but have since grown out of some of that. Mostly, anyway. There are still a couple who are very much in the sort of teasing phase, and possibly that's because they're a bit of a brutish nature anyway. They're not exactly the apple of their parents' eye. But as a bonfire is created and the rituals for Vanya and Lagan and possibly Kurube, because I don't want to write Kurube into that sort of situation if he does not want that for his character. But Lagan and Vanya definitely are taking advantage of becoming part of Kinwin's family to a somewhat official capacity. That they're setting aside their past, maybe, in some degree, to heed the calling of the land. And thus, Vanya and Lagan are occupied during this particular time. Kinwin, as an adult of this particular clan, is standing off to the side, watching as the ceremony takes place. When Kinwin, a very familiar, very tall woman, strides up next to you. Furbolg, her skin gray, patches of hair in black, her ears long, her somewhat, even though she's tall, somewhat demure nature, sort of giving you that air of familiarity as Otha, Silverwolf, strides up next to you. It's been a long time.
It's good to see you, Len.
It's good to see you too. Always so formal. How have you been?
Okay for the most part. Although we recently lost a companion, sacrificed their lives to save the rest of us.
I'm sorry to hear that. Are you just visiting?
My companions are going through training to join the tribe.
But you still look like you're ready to leave.
The mystery behind the expanding and the imbalance of the lands has still not been solved. I have some clues and hypotheses, but I think I should visit the other druid tribes to see any information they have that would confirm my suspicions.
I see. So you still plan on undergoing the pilgrimage?
I know it takes us away from each other, but this is a very important quest.
I miss you, is all. Your hairline has receded a little bit since I last saw you.
Yes, I had an encounter with a ghost, and I am technically 40 years old now.
Oh my goodness. That's... Well, I can't say that I've done the same. So, you look distinguished, if that makes any difference.
Thank you. And as always, you look amazing.
Well, stop. Well, uh, so what are your. Where are you going from here? Which tribe are you heading for?
Haven't decided on that point yet. Figured maybe the closest one.
Hmm. Well, the closest being, um, those of fire. I think they reside near a volcano somewhere, and I don't exactly recall. It's to the north, though. I think on the continent of Ionia, if I remember correctly. But exactly where, I I was never as good at directions. If I mean, you never were either. So, so tell me about this companion you lost. What were they like?
He was an amazing warrior and quite a mystery. He seemed to be a construct, but our healing spells that would not work on constructs worked on him.
Oh,
And he also came to be very close to Vanya, another one of our party members.
is she the one at the bonfire right now?
Yes.
Hmm. She's very tall.
Indeed.
Oh, that makes me sad. I feel for her, and maybe not, maybe not a literal sense, as I haven't lost you, but time away. I definitely know what that feels like.
I, it is not the best of the situation, but it is the situation we are in.
I'm headed out to sea. I'm going through a red hot keep next, so. But me and my companions decided to. Well, I decided to stop by, see how everyone was doing. My companions are already headed in that direction. I think you'd like them.
If you do, I probably would.
Well, and the conversation might be a little awkward, back and forth between the two of them as married strangers as they might be now. What are your thoughts when kind of going through your head, reuniting with Otha, however briefly?
Happy, but also sad that we'll be leaving again soon.
Is it awkward to make romantic gestures toward her?
Probably, yeah, I'd say so.
Given how long you've been apart. It's roughly 6 months to a year now. So, yeah, she's a little awkward too, but she recognizes that she does still have feelings for you, and she'll flirt with you a little bit awkwardly, almost as if she's like trying again at the whole dating business. However awkward that might seem to others around you, because the courtship of another individual from the tribe is always a very sort of public matter. As houses as big as houses get, potentially in the village, they're really only sleeping quarters. Most everything else is done outside, and so
Oh, I honestly thought she would be from a different tribe, since she walks around in nature naked and has feet covered in mud. So like my tribe dresses up nicely
mm,
because nature is holy, but her tribe, just goes around naked to be closer to nature because nature is holy. So it's just like two different ways of looking at it.
yeah, yeah, that's very very true. And for the occasion, she's definitely she's definitely made attempts to be a little bit more culturally aware of of the different things that are going on. So she is clothed for the moment. She is she you can definitely tell that she's a little uncomfortable by the clothing she's wearing. But but yeah, she's she's probably from an what would probably be considered more like an earth tribe, where she's spends her time amongst maybe the grasslands of a of the of the nearby of the nearby country, still of the same sort of
Phil's got a bunch of grassland.
mm-hmm. And so yeah, she's definitely from that region. So you're all from the same continent, but the couple of tribes that are from the continent kind of fall under the sort of earth element, where some have branched off into the grasslands and others have branched off into the Twilight Grove forest, and so uh, there's some differences. But
It's like cousins.
if you can be a cousin to a furbolg, many, 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 many generations beyond. Uh, but her being furbolg kind of really doesn't fit um, into the forest sort of tribe much, because there's a lot more humans, half elves, elves of varieties here in the forest dwellers versus the sort of more Kinos Hills sort of dwellers. Um, and so um, so yeah, the sort of tribal sort of tattoos that she has might be a little bit closer to that, but but there's some intertwining of the two families, as it were. Uh, and so she's definitely feeling a little uncomfortable being this dressed. She's used to the privacy of of the hills, and uh, she's used to her companions also requiring her to be a little bit more clothed. So maybe she's a little more used to it these days than maybe when early in your past. But with her being on a traveling pilgrimage as well, it's she's definitely had to accommodate for the fact that not everyone is a nudist like she is. But but she does invite you back to her tent, should you want to take her up to it.
Yes.
All right. So, Kinwin, in the midst of this ritual, kind of wanders off with his wife to go and possibly rekindle their relationship. Stoke that fire just a little bit. And that particular instance will fade to black as the ritual concludes, and Lagon and Vanya, you're welcomed as young adults of the Children of Earth, particularly of this particular forest tribe. And so you, among them, until you reach quote unquote adulthood, which is a whole nother thing, are regarded as children, regardless of your age.
It's technically supposed to be 20 years, but that's when you start training them as children.
Mm. The dedication, of course. And so, in that regard, you are presented by Chief Silver Oak to the rest of the uh, to the rest of the to the rest of the tribe, and thus she takes the both of you back to her tent, where she tells you, all right, so you have my blessing now.
We appreciate it.
Kinwin can further instruct you on, the different things that are in regards to responsibilities, because you do have responsibilities now that you've become a part of this family. So I don't expect you to shirk them.
Of course not.
And since you've been traveling with him already, you aid him on his pilgrimage and determine if there is more ways that we could help in protecting and or helping the land recover.
Be a good thing to find out.
Given how many calamities have crossed this whole entire world, it's surprising that she's still kicking.
I think she's stronger than many give her credit for.
Perhaps, but it is our duty to make sure that calamities like that are taken care of as quickly as possible.
Wouldn't want a repeat of what happened recently then. And she refers to not only the Leviathan, but what she had learned from Professor Cypher
About
the
Shudder.
last calamity. Yeah. That, from what I hear, was a giant mess.
Yes. Brought on by those more powerful than us. But they no longer exist. And so we must be tasked with cleaning up their mess. And preventing further ones. So anything of a giant or draconic nature is somewhat telling of a possible ruin. If you ever meet a giant or a dragon. It only
We have
spells
giant
danger.
cannibals.
Sorry, what?
We have a giant kin among us, if that's what you want to count Lagan as.
No, that's different. I'm talking about actual giants.
She's got a little bit of a playful smile on her face when she says it.
They're not as kind as I am.
No, I wouldn't imagine they would be.
They're responsible for all sorts of dangerous things that have occurred in this world, so
So, I understand Kinwin can instruct us further, but is there anything you can give us as a basis? A basics for understanding our duties to the people and to the land?
do what you can to preserve life. Killing unnecessarily will... Well, I won't say that it's a sin per se, but be mindful that the land may reclaim you earlier than expected. Should you do that?
So it's not much different than the oaths and the rituals that I've had to do for what it is that I do.
Well, possibly not. You are a follower of the Wild Mother, which very much is another name for the land, or Melora, or Suviwa, or whatever it is you want to call it.
Yes. The goddess of lands and seas.
The world as a whole.
It is. We try not to kill indiscriminately.
Although there are many monsters out there, so it can't be helped sometimes.
The ones that bother me are the ones that look like you and me. They are far more monstrous than the ones that were born monsters.
I suppose that's why we stay away from most of society. And why the country tends to leave us alone.
Speaking of, have you heard much outside of the goings on of the world? Kombe, for instance.
I tend not to stick around Kombe. I tend to leave them to their devices.
Oh, I did not ask if you had been there, or just if you had heard any of the recent going on in Kombe.
No, it's none of my concern.
I see.
My concern is with this forest. It's my charge.
Well, I get it. I do. I do understand. Your family is important. This forest, your home.
The forest is an extension of my family. My family's lived here for generations, and I intend to keep it that way. I may not have any sons or daughters of my own, but Kinwin is the closest thing. I found him when his parents died. And so he is my son.
Oh, I get it.
He's a good man.
I'm hoping that he'll be done with his pilgrimage soon. This way, he can give me grandchildren before I die. And I'm already old age, so if that's if that's an instruction to any of you, is that he get this over with quickly. This way he can come home with Otha, and they can spurn children.
We will do our best, but as you well know, none of us knows what tomorrow holds or where our paths will take us.
I
We will do
understand.
our best to endeavor to bring him back hale and whole, or as whole as possible.
Yes, he does kind of look like he's seen better days.
He's had
Yeah.
he's had a rough go of it a bit. The undead things are nasty to say the least.
Yeah, they have their ways of interfering where they shouldn't.
Hmm. Well, that is something that you should be keenly aware of, then, is that this forest isn't without its wandering souls.
I, I am very keenly aware of such things. I would have thought a man of his age would be a bit more aware of such things, but
Well, that being said, we should all get a good night's rest, and you can venture forth in the morning.
will you be accompanying us?
No,
Then who will be guiding us to this?
I suppose you already know your way there. It's just a matter of me sending you along with a missive saying that you have passage.
Hmm.
And possibly wearing your new garb will help.
Question, just for aesthetics:
Hmm.
does this go over or under the armor?
You're wearing plate, so it would go under for you.
Right. So
There might be like a tabard or like a vestige that you have that's on the outside,
that's all I was asking. Is
like a vestment, yeah.
yeah. Okay. Thank you.
And the same would be for Vanya.
Yeah, because half plate.
Yep, because you're wearing half plate, so you're both wearing sort of plate armor, and so the vestments that you would receive as a new member of the clan, as open as she is to you both, letting both of you in. Well, so long as you just treat my kinwin right, and bring him back to me, then I will consider your mission a success.
Fair enough.
If not, well, there are consequences.
There always are.
Mm-hmm.
If Kenwin gets hurt or goes down in any way, I assure you we would have gone down along with him. Hell, there's a chance he might be the only one out of us to make it out of there. Knowing our
He's
luck.
very skilled. He's very skilled with the sort of divine magic of the land. He's always been a bit of a prodigy in that regard. But don't let me don't let me hear you saying that out loud, because that will only maybe cause others to tease him for being such a nerd.
Well, if having a gift for the divine is makes you a nerd, then I consider him my brother.
Well, you should at this point anyway, because you're now clanmates.
I did before this. This just
Solidifies it.
official.
Yes, in official capacity.
Questioning tone and obvious question marks hanging in.
Well, you all get some rest, and I'll send you out there in the morning.
Thank you.
Beware of
Mother's
traps,
blessed.
because there are traps.
Duly noted. Thank you.
We'll just send Kurobe ahead of us. He likes to run these things head on.
He won't last
Face
long if that's the case.
You think?
He's
And then
surprisingly Go ahead.
He's very
she's going to
old.
tell the story about the golem they ran into in the desert.
He's surprisingly resilient. His
You
looks and age.
ran into a golem.
Mm. Yeah, he tried to talk to it, just walked straight up to it, and it decided it didn't like that. And somehow
And
he's still walking.
the whole time he's screaming, "Hey, I just wanted to talk to you."
Strange that he would find a golem out in those parts. Yes.
Strange things happen.
Golems are known to be divine protectors.
I do. We don't know if it was divine or not,
Typically
but
they
it was
are.
a protector. But it was a guardian or protector of that pile of rubble now.
Hmm.
Well,
But he tends to find those things with his face.
yeah, he does. Let's see, there's the scorpion, there was the groups of undead we kept running into.
Mm.
That
Oh,
that
that's
might
something else.
might perhaps explain a few of the scars. I
Yeah,
don't know enough
for,
of the history.
from what he was telling me, because after we got back to the city, he took me and my brother over to a friend's place of his. We sat there swapping stories back and forth because they lost someone too.
Mm,
It seems to be a common thing with him. I'm pretty sure Karthus could, verify all that.
yeah. Oh, I'm sure. If I truly wanted to know, I could probably just ask Jalissa.
That too.
Uh, so far, he's an honest man, and I've seen no cause to question.
Mm.
I question everything, but
He's
to
certainly
this point,
remarkable.
he might be surprising for you too.
An old
I won't.
fart like that still running around and adventuring, no less. Some kind of spark is fired up in him.
Indeed.
Especially following you all on whatever madhouse you're intending to do.
I have no major intentions. I'm only heeding my masters and God's commands.
Well,
Much like Kenwyn,
mm,
I too am on a bit of a pilgrimage myself.
what are you looking for?
I don't know. I go where well,
Where the
much,
wind blows.
pretty much. And that tends to be wherever Melora sends me and whispers for me to, hey, this might be somewhere you need to be focusing.
Her whispers are very subtle.
Not so subtle.
Well, maybe twice they're a little more subtle.
She's got the subtle guiding hand, but she's also got the sledgehammer to slap you back on the road if you're not following her directions keenly enough.
I've never known her to be like that. Gentle nudge, maybe. She's always
It,
giving, never taking.
it's not so much in the taking, it's in the, well, some are a bit too daft to pick up on the subtleties.
Well, I suppose that's what she's got her followers for.
And you might want to tell your warden out there that scoffing at her gifts and her blessings is not a wise choice.
He's never been one for the gifts.
He will find out one day, soon or late. I'd rather not be the one to teach him.
Well, I'll send word ahead of you.
I appreciate that.
But you'll get some rest. I'm sure Kinwin's already found his bedchamber.
Of course.
I have
Laura's
no doubt
blessings.
that I have no doubt that Otha would want to rekindle some things. Well, good night to you, and may the land bless your steps.
Good night.
All right.
As well.
And so you all have the chance for a long rest. And thus, in the morning, you fix breakfast, you do your daily duties, and in the safety of the village, you are not harried in your sleep, as there's nothing that comes even relatively close enough to your sleeping chambers that you are bothered. And Kinwin and Otha kind of come out from the same tent. And she goes about her own business, and Kinwin is free to join you all in the sort of around the breakfast pot.
You look like you slept well.
Very. Yes.
God, just giggling like a child.
Yes, yes.
Mm-hmm. Bonnie is just giggling along with you.
Kinwin, they might be giggling at a little strand of hair that might be out of place. So you quickly set yourself up to be a little bit more proper.
Well, shall we be about our day then?
That sounds like
Sounds
an
good.
excellent idea.
And as we begin our walk of a few hours back to wherever we're heading, Mr. Silver Oak said that you would be our guide and teacher in what is required of us. Kenwin?
I can do the best I can.
From what I understand, it's not too entirely onerous and not too dissimilar from what I've already undertaken. As a
I
child of
doubt
the
it.
sea. Yeah. But if there is something that I do require instruction on, please do not hesitate.
Yes, please.
But
It's
not
not.
push
The
me to
most
death.
important part is to try to maintain the balance of the land.
It's not too different from what I was taught as a ranger. Not by much. But I'm sure there's still a lot there for me to learn from you.
Beyond your friend, whom we'll see.
Oh, and opposing the undead, because that's blasphemy against the natural cycle of life.
Well, considering we've done that in the first place.
I have two mistresses riding me on the task. Do I really require a third? Uh, yeah.
All right. Anything more you want to do or say before you head back towards this rough terrain spot in the middle of the forest?
Nope.
No, that was it.
All right. So going back.
Unless Kenwin wants to introduce us to his wife.
Mm, that's an option.
Mm.
Sure.
If you want to.
We are family now, after all.
So I'll go get Orsa and bring her back and be like, this is my wife, Orsa. And these are the other members of the Lucky Sevens who I've been fighting with for the past year.
There's 4.
Yes.
That's why we're lucky.
And
Oh.
we have lost a few along the way.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Kinnan was telling me about that last night.
The others, perhaps not as permanent. At least yet.
Mm.
But our paths diverged. And what do
Sometimes they
you
do.
do?
Me? Well, I'm here to say hello to my family who are here,
Mm-hmm.
amongst which is Kinwin's mother and a few others who are loosely
Oh,
related now.
yes. No. What is it that you are doing? I understand you're to
Oh, I.
reunite. I was asking what it is that are you on a similar pilgrimage as Kenwin?
Yes, yes, we both have been assigned to go on a pilgrimage. However, our paths diverged.
I see.
We're not exactly going in the same direction. I'm
No.
headed off to sea.
To see.
Yes,
Ah.
in
If you
search
find
of some of our kin who make their way amongst the waters.
if you find yourself aboard the Anne Bonny, tell Captain Badger and Master Morgan, Lagon said,
I'll remember that. If I run into them, I shall certainly say hello for you.
if you're going to sea, tell them we're family.
All right,
They'll, 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 they'll take care of it. Promise.
I'll keep that in mind.
They're
Thank
good
you.
people.
Mm, they're people. They do the best they can.
I suppose that's true of most.
We try to do more good than bad, but, sometimes you gotta do a little bad to get the good done.
I suppose
It's not.
so.
Sometimes you do things that you normally wouldn't for the right reasons. Sometimes it's a bit of a gray area.
I try to stay out of gray areas as much as I can, but
Looking at his skin, it's kind of hard for.
that's a little hard for me as well.
I meant nothing. My apologies.
No, it's sometimes easy to forget being furball and all.
Hmm. Yeah,
Well,
being Goliath is well, it has
your
its
kind
own.
usually doesn't make their way out to this country.
Uh, well, I'm told historically most of my kind are nomadic tribal peoples,
Mm.
not too dissimilar from Kent. And looking around, wherever it is that you're from originally. But things happen,
Mm.
and
I don't see very many giant kin.
no. Uh, which, as I said, if you find yourself aboard the Anbar, you'll meet another, not too dissimilar in of myself. As I said, Master Morgan is.
Perhaps I will seek them out on purpose.
If you do, again, let them know your family.
Mm.
They'll take care
Certainly,
of you.
certainly, certainly. Wonderful to meet you all. I must get going, however, as
We too.
Yes. Safe travels.
and to you. May the land bless your way.
May the mild mother bless and keep you herself.
And Kinwin, she kind of leans over and gives you a big sort of like peck on the top of your forehead, and uh, and says, "Till we meet again."
And because she's going to be traveling, Lagan would say a prayer in Giant, uh, much like he does all the time. Uh, Melora be with you at each stop in each sea, at each lying down, each rising up. In the trough of the waves, on the crest of the billows, each step of the journey you take. Melora bless you.
She'll
And
reply in giant, "Thank you."
being shocked as the first person he's heard that is not a Goliath to speak to him in Giant, I didn't know you knew my tongue.
It's a common tongue amongst your people and mine.
I've, alas, you're the only one outside of a few of the crew I've met of your kind. As a matter of fact, I believe there's only one left aboard the Anbani of your kin.
Well, I maybe might even feel more at home there, in some respects, than other ships. I think I
It's
will seek them out.
potential. Uh, that would be, I believe, Master Every.
Mm, I will
So
keep that in
yes,
mind.
You would, again, as I said, tell them your family. They will make you feel at home. They will take care of
Thank you.
you. Oh, you're welcome.
And until we meet again, all of you.
The Lord bless and keep you.
And she nods and walks walks another way. Probably the last time that you'll see her in quite some time, Kinwin. Is there anything you want to say or do?
I would like to hug her and say goodbye, mother.
You mean to Otha or to the Silver Oak? Because you were talking to Otha just a second ago.
Oh, my bad. So then, yeah, I'd like to hug her and kiss her and tell her goodbye.
Okay. Because I don't think that your wife wants to be called mommy.
Start getting a little distracted when it gets to like hour 3, 4.
It's all good. It's all good. But yes, you can wish your mother goodbye too, as you guys are making your way out of the village this early in the morning, and make your way back towards the depths of the forest, the Twilight Grove forest, and in the and when you get there again, the same individuals are stopping you there, but have received word that to expect you this time, and that you have permission to go beyond their watch post. But he has no intentions of following you or helping you in any way possible.
Oh, that's fine.
Mm-hmm. Pretty
I'd
sure
hate
we're
to have to,
fine all on our own.
I'd hate to have to leave a new family member for someone else's so soon.
Mm-mm-mm. So, in this particular area, it is going to be for the sake of terrain. It is going to be considered more along the lines of swampland. So, while it might be in the midst of the Twilight Grove forest, and there are plenty of trees, it is not one of your favorite terrains.
Mm-mm.
It is it's murky. It kind of looks like it gets a little bit of that like stray water coming in from the lake into the midst of this forest, and so it's kind of a when it gets warm during the day, it gets a little boggy where it's like humid and kind of very soft, kind of muddy earth, uh, very kind of squishy. You hear lots of amphibians like frogs and things like that making noises throughout the whole place, and any predators of those animals are also in this area, and so it is a little bit it's hard to trudge through, and uh and so you're finding that there's a lot uh that's really kind of getting in your way from navigating this place very very much, but um I would like you to make a kind of survival check, because you are still getting that pull in the direction that you're wanting to go, but you're still needing to avoid the beasts.
Yep.
And she did say there were traps.
17.
Okay. In trudging along, you find you found yourself having tripped over an overextended route, and you come face to face with what you think is a venomous snake.
She's going to back up as safely as possible.
And it is hissing, and it is angry because you disturbed it.
Guys, a little help here would be nice.
And it looks like you make any move, like you haven't moved yet. I'm just giving you the warning. You move at all, it might bite you. Your hand is that close to it.
Lovely.
Kinlan, is there something you can do?
With the what?
There's a venomous snake like right by Vanya's hand as she tripped over into the bog.
Alright, that's a beast.
Yep.
Okay, so I could cast Speak with Animals again.
Okay.
And go like, whoa, snake, we mean you no harm.
Get away.
Understandable. He wants us to get away. There's possibly a nest nearby that we may be encroaching on.
Can you get him to not bite me when I move? Because I intend on moving away. I don't like being in, his general vicinity.
Okay, Vanya's gonna back away from you, so just don't attack her, okay?
Make a persuasion check, Kinwin.
Is there any way any of us can assist him in that?
No, because he's the only one who could speak with animals.
Yep.
Roll is 3 and 5 on advantage, so 10.
Oh, why were you rolling an advantage?
Advantage on persuasion when like I think Lagan and someone else taught me.
Because you weren't getting assistance, because nobody else can talk with animals. Because I'm trying to determine where you're getting advantage from.
I don't know.
I don't remember hearing about that portion at all.
Oh, you just want me to reroll with one die?
Yeah, just reroll with one die.
Yeah.
8.
8. Oh no.
Oh no.
You think you've convinced him. So you give Vanya the go ahead.
She's going to move slowly, as to try to not startle this thing.
Okay, stealth check.
Oh boy, I'm actually proficient in that. Oh wait, no, I've got rolled at disadvantage. Fuck.
Mm-hmm.
Please, dice gods, be nice. 17.
Okay. It seems you back away slowly enough, and just as you're just out of range, it does go to bite, but it misses. And
She's
and is just kind of standing up on like it would, kind of just in a defensive position, just kind of hissing and making biting motions like it would bite you again if you got anywhere close.
Yeah. She has no intention of getting close to that thing.
We may have discovered one of Vanya's fears.
Yeah. You might be a little afraid of snakes.
Well, you have avoided a venomous snake, and you kind of give it a really wide berth because Vanya doesn't want to be anywhere close to it. So,
Do you really blame her though?
I think snakes are cute, but
Oh yeah, no, I think they're cute. It's just I am wary of the poisonous ones.
yes, yes, because they got big teeth and they can bite you
Yes,
and make you poisoned.
they hurt.
Very, very poisoned. Okay. Well, kind of continuing off of that. Uh, Whoever wants to can helm a perception check to check out, make sure that they're not running into any traps.
I will do that.
Okay. So you're kind of leading the charge in a way, look on.
Perception 22.
Okay. You since you've kind of gone through the ziggurats and been able to mostly and through the catacombs in Kobe and things like that, you have encountered what you would feel would be common enough traps, and the traps that you see when you do see them, that as they you don't wait for them to get set off. Uh, what you do see are kind of rudimentary enough that you spot them. They're common things that you would probably find in just about any dungeon, like pressure plates to shoot darts at like poison darts, rope traps, where you could potentially get hung by your feet. If you were the only person out here, you'd probably be out there for days in that kind of trap. And
Yes.
so lots of it's meant as a preventative to stop you in your tracks, to get you to not go any further, and given that you are well versed and and definitely have an eye for spotting them, you find that it's pretty easy to either disarm or walk around these traps, and you're starting to realize that the trees are kind of funneling you into a maze in a sense, and so you have that directional pull from Vanya, but you eventually come to some dead ends where the just wall of trees are just impassable, or the bog is kind of giving off a kind of odor, for like an odorous scent that probably indicates maybe that there's some corrosive material in it. Uh, that this landscape is meant to be harsh and meant to stop you from seeing whatever it is in the other side. So, I think I want Kinwin to make a roll next. Um, what role can we give Kinwin to further navigate this place? Let's see. I think a nature check is what I'll call for here. So, Kinwin, make me a nature check as you're continuing to trudge through the maybe less in the way of traps and more in the way of natural uh, natural obstacles, and see if you can guide the party around it.
Okay, so what is proficiency if it doesn't give me advantage?
It just adds to your modifier.
Oh, damn. I, I have been rolling wrong for a bit now.
Oh no. Yeah, proficiency is that number that you see at the top of the character sheet, and it automatically adds it into on roll 20 automatically adds it into your modifier. So for instance, your nature is a +5, and so you'll add
Yeah,
the roll plus a 5.
and that's only gonna be an 8.
Oh no. Oh, poor Kinwin. So Kinwin, you you make a bit of a misstep. You you come across a sort of tree lined sort of pool of water, and uh and you're needing to get to the other side of it. So you check the water to see if it's safe. You uh you and once you've determined that yes, the water is indeed safe to walk and swim across, what you failed to realize is that this particular little pond of water is full of aggressive fish. And so I am going to ask you for a dexterity saving throw.
Oh,
You, Kinwin.
okay. 31.
A dirty one? Oh no. Oh no. Well, you're going to take some bite damage from piranhas. So let me get a couple of dice here.
So vicious.
They are very vicious. Very vicious uh, little piranhas. And there's a bunch of them, so it's gonna be 46.
I'm thinking I could eventually raise my strength and dexterity just to get him out of the negatives.
That might be a smart idea,
Uh,
especially if you're gonna go bapping things with your staff some more. Let's see. So Canwin, you're gonna be taking 14 points of piercing damage from aggressive piranha fish. And you are going to be able to make it across, but then so because this pool kind of has like a stream kind of leaking into it, and you tell the others that there's there's some bitey fish. There's some bitey fish in that water.
Perhaps we can grab one of the meats from the bag of clothing and throw it away from where the other people want to cross.
Ooh, that's an
yeah,
idea.
let's try that.
Okay. So who's making the trek across the water next?
I'll go.
All right, Lagan will go. Okay.
Okay.
So Vanya is going to toss a piece of meat into the water first and count that as a distraction. So dexterity saving throw at advantage, Lagan.
So just oh, saving throw. Never
Yep.
mind.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not doing this as an attack roll. I'm doing this as a saving throw because
Let's see. Saving throw. 17.
okay, 17. You only get slightly bit. So that is 6 points of piercing damage.
Through the armor?
Yes, through armor.
Okay. 6 points.
Yep. Because you had the distraction, most of them were distracted.
Alright.
6 points of piercing damage is enough to knock most people out of their ass. So, Kurobe is going to go next. I'm going to roll for him. I don't have a way to just add that to his sheet, do I? I mean, I don't know what sheet he actually uses, per se. I'll just have to make a note to myself.
Yeah.
I don't either.
I figure Lagan would have carried Zephyr across. So.
Yes.
Oh, then the Zephyr would
That
also
was
be
my
taking
plan.
6 points, too.
Okay.
Okay.
So that's going to be also 6 points to Kurobe. So I'm just going to make a note of that on his sheet. And now Vanya.
Okay.
You're going to do another piece of meat for yourself? All right, at advantage.
$22.
Okay. That is going to be... What is that number? Okay, so I think that's the 6. Because that's a weird dice. 7 points of piercing damage for you, Vanya.
Okay.
But you are across this this somewhat large pond that's got some pretty nasty fish in it. But you are across and free to continue.
After we cross the I don't know, bog or whatever this is, Lagan is going to cast Find Traps.
Okay. You have find traps up, and how long does that last?
That's what I was. Let me get back to it. It is. It is instantaneous, but it is for a, let's see, range of 120 feet from
where you are. Okay.
Yeah.
So within 120 feet, you're able to spot and know kind of the exact location of each of these traps
Yes.
that going forward. It doesn't necessarily note that the pond is a trap per se because it's not a mechanism. It's just
Right.
there's a bunch of fish that are aggressive and probably haven't been fed in a while.
Yeah.
They probably
Right.
don't. They probably don't get much in the way of meals aside from each other from time to time. So you get that sense there. But
Well, it does say in the wording anything that would inflict a sudden or unexpected effect
okay,
considered harmful or undesirable. So,
so it's in a gray
so,
area. Yeah.
essentially, the pond could be considered. The bog could be considered a trap because it's unexpected, undesirable, and harmful.
Okay. Okay. Keep that in mind as far as you know like the sort of almost maze walls that you're kind of coming across because
Right.
it's starting to turn into ruins again, where you're getting a lot of getting some ruins going on in this particular location, and so you're seeing some stone structure portions as well. So you do find that some of that is also trapped. You do find some more natural hazards to traverse within that 120 feet range from where you cast the spell.
With the addition of the stonework, is there any writing of any kind that we can see, read? With the stonework, any glyphs, runes, writing, carvings, or just stone?
There's a lot of just stone, but there are some portions where it's like partial writing, where it's even with Vanya's ancient like her beginning, like having the beginning portions of knowing
Right.
ancient Draconic. It's still kind of hard to make out.
Okay.
There's not much in the way of imagery, and what little writing that is here is kind of broken up and hard to understand. As in, like,
Okay.
walls have come completely down, and
Right.
there's very little left of it. So it's a, it's like it's
So
weathered as
fragmented,
well, fragmented,
weather.
weathered, just about
Mhm.
everything to naturally remove
Okay.
inscriptions from stone. That's happened
And
here.
whatever hasn't fallen or weathered is being swallowed up by the forest, the
Swallowed up by the
swamp.
forest, and what portions you are able to kind of uncover are just fragments of sentences.
Right.
That's
Okay.
that's even if Vanya can translate the fragments of a sentence. But
Right.
it is an ancient Draconic, honest, weirdly enough.
Hmm.
It is weird being this far out.
You recognize the letters, but you don't. There's partial words and partial sentences. It doesn't
Yeah.
make any sense.
Yeah.
Uh,
So,
Hmm.
but you are kind of aware of some of the traps that are coming up that you have to traverse, and uh, it's kind of this hallway with a lot of dart traps, and there's no way around it.
right. Okay. Inventive ways of maneuver. Okay. It's either that or I'm going to have to try and trip them without, disarm them without tripping them.
Those are your
Okay.
options, and there's no other way around it because everything else is kind of blocked off by dense foliage or in the fashion of a
This,
maze. It's a one direction.
then disarming it is.
Yep.
To disarm a trap, I am going to make that a sleight of hand.
Okay. Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
did we mojo
Natural
dice?
20. Yes, we mojo diced. Uh, Thank you, Maddie, for the serious dice. This is the first time I've ever used it in a game,
Mm.
and it's also the second time one of them has rolled higher than a 10 since I got them.
Oh, well, maybe the serious
That's
dice are liking
two.
you today.
I don't know. Yeah, that's going to be a total of 21.
21. Not bad. Not bad at all. So, uh, in that regard, the you're able to find the mechanism that trips all of these, and you find that again, it's very simple, very common sort of pressure plate
Hmm.
triggers a what essentially is like a micro crossbow from inside the wall to trigger. And so you kind of go digging around uh, very very carefully with around one of these pressure plates, and you you find the mechanism that would trip it, and it is very much weight based. So someone as big as yourself would obviously trip it. You
Yes.
you get the sense that maybe someone smaller and lighter, maybe like a gnome, probably wouldn't, but that's
Iffy
that's
at best.
iffy at best. Yeah, because it really just depends. But but you kind of go through, you find you find all of the pressure plates, you disarm the mechanism for tripping the the little crossbows,
Mhm.
and and you are able to allow your companions to safely traverse this
Sweet.
somewhat 50-foot long wall, or 50-foot long hallway, without tripping any of them.
Sweet.
Yay.
All right.
Who knew hanging out with Darius would pay off?
Who knew? Yes, Darius, the great friend that he is. And as you come out of this hallway, you kind of have more more of this kind of wall kind of leading you in a direction, and what you come across once it kind of opens up is through this maze you come into what would be a clearing, except you get the sense that this particular place was purposefully built with a building in mind. That there are ruins of cobblestone steps and sort of raised sections of it that might have been a floor at one point, but some of the foliage and the grass has kind of overgrown a lot of it. And what you see kind of around is that it's the pillars and the floor are rather kind of blank. There's not really a whole lot in the way of writing on them. This kind of gray stone brick in that regard. And you see at the at the very end of it is a sort of waterfall and pool, and and the pool underneath has this sort of um, statue in it, kind of weathered.
Mm.
It's kind of like the shape of a woman, but there's very little in the way of distinctive features. It's otherwise the only reason you think that it may be a person at all is because there are arms that are missing. The shoulders are there, but the arms are missing.
Cool.
There's no head at the top of it. There's just what looks like legs kind of kneeling into the water.
You said it's in a pool.
Yeah. And
Is it
waterfall is dripping on top of it.
right? Is it a deep pool?
It's not very big. It might be deep, but it's not very big.
Okay. I was just thinking, could we see if the water was clear enough to the bottom,
Mm-hmm.
potentially see where the missing limbs could be? Maybe to
Uh,
help identify.
mm-hmm.
Mm.
Um, you would find chunks of rock, but
Okay.
otherwise weathered, kind of almost smooth, as if any breaking points, including on the statue itself, are all smooth, like
Okay.
the water has been running over this thing for long periods of time.
So it's not jagged. It's water worn and
Oh yeah, very
okay.
water worn.
Okay.
There's, like I said, no distinctive features. Otherwise, it's very smooth. The only reason that you even consider that it might be some of a like a human shape is because the divots in the carvings have been in have more or less kind of been uh, emphasized
Mm-hmm.
more because
Yeah.
water uses the path of least
Right.
resistance, and above
Right.
that is a platform where this waterfall is generating from. A platform made of gray rock. It kind of looks like it's just kind of floating there. And a sort of white stone sort of base You do see plants that are kind of growing out of the sides of the rock. You see that there's other sort of decorative bits on it too, but that's from the perspective that you have standing at the base of the pool.
Right.
That's what you see so far.
You said this stone is floating?
Yep.
I wants to try to find a way to get up onto it.
There's no obvious way up. So you would have to improvise your way up if you wanted to.
Yep. Yep, she's gonna improvise her way up.
Okay, and how are you doing that, my friend?
You said there's a white stone base, right?
Mm-hmm.
With all sorts of. It's got vines on it.
It's got vines. It's got tree bits. Uh, it's got what looks like, like plant life, like reeds and things like that.
That's what she's gonna use. She's gonna take off her pack and plate armor and use that to climb up.
Okay, it is a little slippery, so I'm gonna say this is an athletics check at disadvantage
Okay.
No.
because it is very wet.
Yeah.
I can't assist her.
Um, you can assist to make it a flat roll.
Okay.
Okay.
That works.
Where he just kind of gives you a boost in order
19.
to catch the vines. Okay, you catch because the rock actually kind of comes down to a point where it's like you would be having a hard time climbing up this if you didn't have the boost from Lagon, and so with that sort of jump boost from Lagon, you catch on to some of the stronger kind of roots and vines that are kind of poking out of this thing, and kind of shimmy weight your way up uh, to the top, and you see that on the floor of this platform is a symbol you don't recognize. But when you look kind of under the sort of awning that you now see kind of over this here, you see what looks like an altar. And the tugging on you leads you to that altar. And you realize that it's more like a sarcophagus.
She's going to try and find a way to open it if she can.
That'll be an athletics check.
15.
It's a little tough. It is very, very heavy. And you don't get it to budge.
She's going to go over to the edge and call for Lagon.
Alright.
Tell something to open up here.
Okay. You said that's athletics to climb at disadvantage?
Yep, disadvantage if you're doing it by yourself.
Alright, yeah. Well, I don't think anybody here can lift you.
Lagon is several hundred pounds.
Yeah.
Lagon is 400 pounds.
Yep. Like I said, several hundred.
Okay. You said disadvantage.
Yep.
So
And this platform's about 40, 50 feet off the ground, so even just jumping is going to be would be still get you that disadvantage.
right. So that is going to be a 19.
Okay. It takes you a little bit of work, but you can get up, and you find exactly what Vanya's saying.
Okay. What is it that you are requiring assistance with?
altar is more like a sarcophagus. That tugging, that feeling, it's coming from this.
I think okay. You are wanting to know what is inside, right?
Yeah,
Okay. Alright.
preferably without damaging it.
Okay. Lagan wants to inspect the sarcophagus and see if there's something that is holding the stone in place to cover it.
Okay, investigation check.
Oh, 18.
There is nothing that is holding it in place. It is simply that heavy.
Okay. I'm going to attempt to move it.
And Vanya will obviously be helping.
Okay, add advantage.
Oh, 22.
It's heavy. It's
Mm-hmm.
very heavy.
Yes.
So heavy that you're guessing that this top to this whatever it is weighs a couple thousand pounds on its own. And so even just scooching it takes effort.
Right.
But you manage to. You manage to scoot it just enough to get a peek inside of of what you're looking for. And what you see is a woman.
Getting it open enough to see this, step back and give Vanya space to try and do whatever it was that she was going to do.
And you see that this is a woman who's petrified. You would have mistaken it for a statue, but she looks like she's resting in a burial pose.
What would I know about petrification like this?
That would be an Arcana or Medicine check.
I'll do medicine.
Okay.
Good assist involved.
Okay, Kinman will
I,
assist. Oh, well, you're kind of
I
down.
no, no,
Proficiency
Lagan,
means I can assist, right? Because apparently I've had proficiency wrong.
but you're
Oh,
not up
you're also
here.
not up there.
Yeah, you're also not
That's
up there. You're
why
not seeing her.
That's
Okay,
why
never mind.
Lagan. That's why Lagan needs to assist in the medicine. He
Hey,
is
are you
there.
proficient in Arcana, Lagan?
No, I am not.
Okay.
I
Okay.
am proficient in medicine.
Okay. We'll make it medicine then.
Okay.
21.
You know that restoration magic would work.
Would that include cure wounds?
No, more like a greater restoration.
Lesser restoration wouldn't do anything.
Unless it works against petrified. But I know greater does.
I don't have access to greater yet. That's why I was asking about lesser.
It doesn't hurt you from trying it, but
Yeah.
it's up to you.
Lesser restoration, I believe, is second. Yes. All right. I'm going to try this then. Doesn't do anything additional upcasting it, so second is that's just vocal and somatic. Yeah. Essentially, it like he's casting a cure wounds on his healing for the vocal component. Uh, but yeah, it
So what you would understand with casting your
mhm.
lesser restoration is when you place your hand on this individual, this woman with long hair, petrified, you do understand that there is a target for the magic, but the magic isn't strong enough. And Vanya, you get a slight thrumming in your pocket.
And she's going to take out the heart.
And
Kind of
so,
look at,
go ahead.
and it's a long shot, but she's going to place it on the woman's chest, essentially.
Okay. It's a sort of brilliant light comes out of the sarcophagus, and you kind of squint your eyes, and you see that this thing, the thing that was Rune's heart, seems to get absorbed. And when the light dims, you see that this otherwise sleeping woman, the color comes back to her skin, to her clothing, to her hair, and her eyes open. And I think that is where we're going to leave the session for tonight.
uh,
What do you think?
Love it.
Great.
glad you love it.
First time meeting my wife in a year, too.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Mm.
Exactly. We had some great stuff going on. Well, that completes session 34, and we shall find out who this woman is next time. But in the meantime, we get to give our lovely characters some experience points for everything going on today. So while we're getting the poll put up to have the audience favorites here, pray harder, Mojo, pray harder. Says Black
huh?
Wolf. Black Wolf being a cheeky little boy. Uh, best mod in the. So
Here, do you want to do the poll?
yeah, get the poll started so that we can go and get that going on here. But in the meantime, while we're getting that poll set up for the audience favorite, where you, the audience, get to be a fickle god in the progression of these little minions of mine, the rest is doled out by myself and the cast members themselves. So, first of all, based on the fact that you all showed up, the three of you, I forgot that Kurube wasn't here with us, but the four of you get to get your 5 experience for showing up. Hooray! And then for doing the things I think is going to get you another 3 from me. So that's a total of 8 from me. And then the next bit of stuff is roleplay prompts, which our cast members actually vote on for themselves. So, who pushed our plot forward the most?
Sure, Vanya's hat in for that one.
Okay.
Or, pushing forward, trying to get them to this woman and essentially waking her up.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right. That's 2 for Vanya. What you think, Mojo? Mojo?
Mojo.
I'm not going to disagree.
Okay.
It has been Vanya pushing to get us here and leading this part of the plot. So I won't disagree with that.
All right. Best scene from tonight.
Oh
Mm.
God.
I gotta say, I the scene for me with whoever the bully was from Kenwin's childhood and life amongst the children of the people.
So who gets that one from you then?
uh, that for me, that scene with him intimidating him.
Oh, so you're saying it for yourself. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay. What you think, Woden?
That was nice. A friend coming to my aid. I'll go for that.
All right. All right.
I had 3, and all 3 were going for Kinlan.
All 3 were going to Kinwin. Okay. Let's hear that. Let's hear.
Kinlan and the wolf talking.
Mm.
And then in turn with that, us trying to talk him out of feeding the wolves, but that still would have got to him because Kinlan. And then the third one was him just trying to flirt with his wife.
Oh,
Very good too.
yes, very good. I enjoyed that. I thought it was cutely awkward and it was fun. But does that shift anybody's vote? Because we got 2 votes on Mojo right now.
No, I'm gonna go for Mojo.
Okay, okay. Alright. Kinwin's not being greedy. Who had the best line?
Okay, for this one though, I don't remember what I said, but it elicited a lot of laughter.
Exactly.
Yeah, that would have been my vote because it was something.
It was something.
Vanya said something touching and draconic, and you only knowing modern translated is like something like, I think she's wanting a turkey dinner or something.
That made me laugh so hard. Yeah, so yeah, that's 2 votes on Kinwin because I'm pretty sure that one got the laugh of the night. So,
Yeah.
any honorable mentions, Mojo?
anyways, that was going to be my vote.
That's going to be your vote anyway. Okay, and Kinwin,
Yeah.
you get the funny line for tonight.
You broke the DM, so I mean,
Yes.
That's a feat. You broke the DM.
I really did giggle very hard. It was very good. It was delightful. But yes, and then we have our audience favorite, which is coming up. It's going to be ending here pretty soon. Right now, at the time between Kimberly and Vanya. So get to spending your channel points, guys. Because if you want one of them to walk away with it, then you got to say so now. Be a fickle god. But yeah, that about does it here for us at in Rebirth. How did y'all enjoy the session for tonight?
I love it.
Great.
How do you enjoy that cliffhanger?
As always, I hate you.
Because I always pick the right moments to do it.
Like, I understand why, but it's still very much a fuck you moment.
And what were you saying, Woden?
Cliffhangers keep coming back for more.
Exactly. What else am I supposed to dangle? And dangle these little story fruits in front of your faces so you can come back.
I'm coming back anyways. I'm
Well,
kind of like.
for you, I don't have to try very hard. Okay. Hey, Kinwin stole it away with 5 votes. Black Wolf
Yay.
contributed a good chunk of channel points toward
Yeah,
that.
I saw that coming.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Got 5 out of
I
the
kind
7
of knew
votes.
that from the comment of pray
Yep.
harder. I knew it wasn't going to be me.
Right.
I don't pray a lot. I mean, Lagan prays, but that's not the emphasis of what he does.
Also, welcome Vermilion125. Thank you so much for the
Oh,
follow.
hello.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, we do this every Thursday, so you guys always get a chance to help me in progressing my my cast members and their characters. So we did have some level dings as we long rested at one point. So who dinged a level today?
Anya did.
Not it.
Taking level 1
Got
more.
to 8, finally giving my wild shape the ability to fly.
Hell yeah! So two
Yeah.
level 8s already. Nice. Beautiful, beautiful. Love to see it. So we had some level dings, and most everyone at in the cast uses fixed health, so that they always get the same number of health every time. So they're the cards that I have for them are way out of date, so I need to update those.
Yes, you do.
Yes,
Yes.
but as far as the little character cards that happen at the bottom of the screen down here, so uh, yeah, that's something that I'll get to eventually. I don't know when. Not like it takes all that long. It's just I've got so much on my plate right now.
Life's a bitch.
Really though. But yeah, that does it for us here in the Dungeons and Dragons, and we will be back with session 0 of Blood and Iron next week on Wednesday, the new Vampire the Masquerade Chronicle that I'll be running. The cast has already been decided upon, and so with those cast members, I will be doing a lot more of the connections when it comes to like relationships and things like that. In session 0, we'll be going over a lot of expectations and what kind of stories we want to tell in that regard. So definitely be on the lookout for us to go live on Wednesday with that. And we'll do session 36 of Rebirth on Thursday at 7 p.m. Central Time. That and VTM games are at 10 p.m. Central Time.
35.
35.
35. God, I'll get this straight at some point. I'm
You couldn't be straight if you tried.
Yes, yes. I do Vampire the Masquerade on Wednesdays, and I do D&D on Thursdays. And one of our cast members who had to step away for about a month will be returning to us at the very least on next session for Rebirth. Hopefully, be available for the session 0 for everything else. Hopefully, all of the stuff that they have been doing will be finished, and yeah, that's definitely looking forward to Spectre coming back to the games in that regard. Which this particular cliffhanger will be introducing their character. So, yeah, yeah. So that's what we're looking forward to next week. So, in the meantime, we are going to go say hello to someone else in our community who we haven't decided on yet. But if you want to spend the channel points to guide the raid, we certainly can do that. But otherwise, we'll probably be dropping in on somebody that I follow. So yeah. Hope you all enjoy. You should check us out on YouTube for the VODs if you don't already subscribe to my YouTube already. And of course, join the Discord, all of which are in the links on coffeecatpresents.com. So, check it out. So, yeah. So, we'll see you guys next time. Say goodnight, everybody.
Nice.
Good night.